It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. There's a special new press sector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's tried to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Good morning. Couple of IT issues. I cannot hear myself again, which is probably a good bloody thing, let me tell you. You know, I come in here and set this all up perfectly hours before I start, and suddenly when I decide to go live, shit happens. And then I look like a dick. An even bigger dick. Because for the life of me, I don't understand. Why? Just why? Delilah. Nope. All right, let me just check this. Start again. In doubt, take it out. Can't even read that. I don't want that. Let's see if that works. Let's reconnect the rekerfuffle of the dumb fludgeon. Well, now look what you've done. No. What the fuck? Dagnammit. The fuck isn't working? My settings are on. All right, I'm going to refresh this. This is ridiculous. Stupid. Right, so that's selected. Oh, fuck. That hurt. Oh, right. Let's start again, shall we? Let's start from scratch.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Okay, why didn't I fucking hear that? Why? Oh, dear Lord, I'm going to lose my shit. Right, I've got hearing in that ear.
Arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing
Can you
arguments
hear
are
this?
not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses.
Morning, sweetheart.
Because they're not
I've got
evidence,
some
I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't.
issues with my sound.
But the reason it used to bother me
Can you
is
hear
because I sensed that it made it sound
trial?
like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that
Okay,
you paid
cool.
very close
Can you-
attention to this case.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
I can't hear that at all. Oh my God, I muted it. When the f- did I do that?
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Deep breath, Jodie. Deep breath. Start again. Good morning. Not a fan of technology. It sucks donkey dick. But nevertheless, we will survive. Last night we eventually got on to the Discord movie. It was awesome. It was really good fun. Thankfully, Cassie come in and showed us how to work it. So there was me, Tan, Jenny, and Kathy watching the Walk Hard with John. Is it John C. Reilly? I think I laughed over the entire thing. Very funny movie, very funny. So it's really nice to be able to sit and watch and share the same screen and be able to chat verbally as well with each other. It was good fun. So we'll do that again. So we are at the close. This is it. Then they will have order of the day is apparently, according to Bev, is closing arguments for I think an hour and 15 each. They've got lunch and then like a half hour early lunch, and then she will give the jury instructions and the jury will begin deliberations today. So I hope they've been paying attention. This is what it comes down to at the end of the day. So let's get into it, shall we?
And we know that you'll do the same to the closing argument. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony.
That's
not
why they
the
put Jen
lawyers and
McCabe
not
up
mine.
first.
So if the lawyers arrive, say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And
Yeah, let's get on to the opening.
there's the
I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking.
I'm glad.
Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands.
I've got goosebumps already.
Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here,
Not today.
not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth.
Yeah, I
You
don't like it
folks,
either.
Not us. Nobody
Too
else
long,
in
it
the
needs to
courtroom.
be
You
clipped.
folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us.
The lead investigator
On full
wasn't
display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield.
He's so focused and so. Let me go back.
Rock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable.
That I want to catch. Right there.
Doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true.
She's had some Botox.
It might be true.
See that? Things I notice. Watch what part of her brows, what part of her forehead moves when she scratches her brow.
Case. At the end of the trial, you think.
Ready? See?
About one or more.
See how there's only the muscles just above her brow that move, nothing above the top of that. That's Botox.
more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case.
He's a Rachel.
As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques, Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house, about 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen.
Don't walk on the keyboard.
When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody,
Beaten.
and left in the snow
Maybe
in
a
Brian
little
Albert's
touch.
front
One
lawn.
small one.
At 6 a.m. when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights,
See if
fire
they'll bring
engines,
up-
ladder
bring up Roll
trucks,
14.
paramedics,
Local
patrol
14.
vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house.
Order the crimes.
The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. Mm-hmm. If there was no collision, what are we doing here?
Exactly.
In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions.
Undetermined.
We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car.
That's true.
Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident. Did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all.
It doesn't reflect.
It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible.
And if you have a look at that photo on the right, that's obviously the back of her car with all of that snow on it. Yet that snow melted and didn't wash away a hair.
But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rentschler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not
even
hard.
one in his hand.
You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 in taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt
Right.
and through John's arm. I
Flying
have three
shards
questions.
now.
Number one, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic
Go through 9 holes.
go through 9 tiny little puncture holes?
Yeah.
How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number two, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the
back of
defects are
it.
punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number three, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow.
I don't know.
That's it. And even in that
yeah.
basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate
Under the
it
court TV
to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess.
So true.
Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV
to answer that question.
That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it.
Oh, God.
In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. La Posada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth La Posada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. La Posada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame.
Private investigator did, but they wouldn't show
And
the
look at
photos.
the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said,
no,
speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden.
It's
The
intense.
Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scorti-Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed.
Oh.
What?
A police officer.
You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction
Brian,
where John
I'll you
O'Keefe
too.
would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation. Quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing. Save talked to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it.
Yep.
And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Buchnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias
Confidential bias.
in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog.
Woof, woof.
Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sally Port. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, a quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper
Didn't match anything.
didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it.
Oops.
Remember, February
I didn't
11th,
think of
Michael
that.
Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash, didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. Mm-hmm. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, using location data on John's phone showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage? I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, Nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history.
That morning.
A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabe's. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia?
Yep.
Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him." Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, "I hit him." You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, "Shut up!" Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07. With all this chaos going on, no answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08. With all this chaos and bedlam going on, still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house.
Oh, shit, there's a dead body out the front. Oh, I hope my sister's
Why
all
is
right.
that?
No.
Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, "I'm not comfortable putting a label on that," end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video
Disappear.
it's just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop. And all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory.
Mm.
Not, I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test, or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining it about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment.
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is The Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there
I knew.
in the room at the time,
I didn't stop him.
it had to be the defense
Yep.
to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful.
I'll be back in a minute.
It's
Oh.
shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is, there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Read not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. 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 You look like a weasel.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old.
Oh, yep.
46 years old.
Good to start off with some part of
He
the street.
spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful.
Mm-hmm.
He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man.
Mm-hmm.
He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in.
Yeah, and what did you do?
He took them in.
You fucker.
John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022,
No one was there to
John
help
O'Keefe
him.
needed some help.
Mm.
He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Read in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help.
Yeah.
Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a
Makes
door,
sense, doesn't it?
someone to make a phone call to 911,
Mhm.
even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance.
No, there wasn't.
Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance.
It was more than one person.
And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Read. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk.
Well, you
She was
can.
drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall.
It actually, I didn't even think about it until Jackson's closing. That, yeah, she had been drinking at the waterfall. But Whiffen, the data showed that she was driving in the speeds, slowing when she should, doing the right things. Ryan Nagel said she was driving okay. Yeah, she could have been over. And then they did the blood sample at the hospital, which showed whatever. They did the retrograde testing on it. But who's to say she didn't go back to John's place and have 3 fucking shots of scotch because she was so pissed off. So that then alters the complete validity of the testing, because they're saying that that blood alcohol concentration was there at the 12:30 when she was driving, and it may well not have been. So, that's the final nail in the coffin for me. They can't even prove the DUI.
Her blood was taken with samples of the retrograde analysis.
Yep.
Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit.
I know, I would have had a couple of fucking shots. I'd been pissed off
hit
with
him.
my boyfriend.
The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data.
You're the one that's been trying
The
to change the
black
timeline
box.
the whole time.
The forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, countercoup. You heard all about it when the back of his head hits the ground and the brain comes forward.
Fuckwit.
Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this
Really?
care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you got to get help. You got to get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms.
All right, so
Ecchymosis.
he's now going on the theory that she's guilty because she didn't get him help, and he could have survived this had she. So he's diverting the attention off the actual collision now. He's trying to gain sympathy because John was such a nice person and so good to everybody, and she didn't help him when he needed it. Just watch the shift in the emotion stuff now, the shift in not proving how he was hit, how that occurred, how his evidence backed it up, but the emotion and how he'll just keep referring back to she didn't help him.
Raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die.
Only she'd gone back to help him.
She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship.
Right.
This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey.
No proof of the evidence.
It was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging.
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time to get away from the scene. He walked into his bedroom.
I'm going to actually, when I put this into AI, I am going to ask it how much actual time in this entire closing argument did he spend on proving the facts of his case, that there was a collision and that it was with Karen's car.
But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of
None
the
of
fight.
this is relevant.
Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is
Instant
almost
murderer.
over.
Yes.
The
You just
tensions
listen.
are
I guarantee
simmering
it.
beneath the surface.
There will be very, very little on the actual collision
They
and
are
the proof and evidence.
Not getting along.
It'll be all character
She believes
smearing.
Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them. You saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence.
Well, how do you
And
prove
that
that?
somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. Karen Reed will
You
do
just
that
did,
for her.
dickhead.
So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the fields. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home?
Yep.
When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently.
He found
It
it?
was that SD card.
Or
The
did he
SD
make
card
it up?
that everybody missed,
Mhm.
including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun
Everybody
of him,
missed it.
Shannon
None
Welcher
of them
found the
exist.
key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be
Mhm.
broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. Doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical.
Yep.
It
That's
is
why I had to
critical
change
because it
the
not only
timeline.
shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That
Bang,
healthcare
bang,
data is
bang.
critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating.
Okay, we're
to the
15
Alberts
minutes into
driving,
his
She said it's near Ashley's house.
statement
Ashley
and
and John have hooked up prior to John.
no evidence of a collision yet.
And so as they travel to
It's more than
34
that, I think.
Fairview,
Hang on.
under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved, If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data,
23
it
minutes.
registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you can move down to the filament. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple.
Doesn't register
Nothing
a
complicated.
collision,
There's
though.
nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data.
No
They do
impact.
the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock. And when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess
killed
said
someone in the
21
middle of a
to 29
3-point
seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes
Well,
in.
what?
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to
Doesn't
actually
like
do
you.
anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3
And
seconds
move
off. 2
87
seconds.
feet forward.
Same window.
Do so.
Same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there. They're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly.
Yep, does
And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees.
But there's a witness.
The data is the
saying
data.
he's
You can't
not in
change
the
it as
car.
much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So
Yeah,
there's about
and he
2
wasn't
minutes
in the
left for
car.
John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing.
What, do you know
they're
that?
arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides
She's
to
talking
get
about
out of the
text
car.
messages
We know
that she's been
because the
sending
dome
him.
light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim based on location data alone, at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this
Flagpole's halfway
fantasy
back
that
up
somehow
the
he walked in the
lawn.
garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data.
And all those guests that left afterwards
20
never saw him.
Seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know
25 minutes
every
in?
little detail in every little second.
No
We
collision.
don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe.
His friend.
And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Ms. Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous. It is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Ms. Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes,
Separated that
did her
from the
conduct
actual contact.
create a clear,
I see what you're doing.
plain, strong likelihood of death?
He's
Late at
focusing on
night,
the decision, her decision
dark,
to actually
beginning to
do
snow,
that.
under the influence of
hasn't
alcohol,
mentioned the
knowing
collision yet.
where she stopped and left him after an argument,
She stopped and left.
heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind
He hasn't said collision
that
yet.
she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death,
So she's guilty of putting her foot
then
on the
she's
gas.
guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that.
You see how he
crime.
skimmed
Now, think
around
about this. Let me give you an analogy.
He still
If
hasn't
somebody-
said that she hit
Maybe
him.
a teenager, someone young,
fuck?
impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off. They're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car. Did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock.
But
Did
they made the
have
choice to
the
throw the
malice
rock.
to want that person dead? No, they didn't.
Oh
But
no!
that would be an example
She's
of
guilty of
second-degree
putting her
murder.
foot on the
When you
gas.
take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you
And then he
that
hit
is
him
second
and he
degree
died.
murder.
That's his explanation.
The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol,
And then hit him.
manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene
You still have to prove
knowingly,
that she hit
causing
him.
death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet,
Yeah.
80 feet, over 80 feet. Now,
It
nobody
goes
has ever
80 feet.
suggested, even
It is
Dr. Welcher,
3.10.
when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that
A
10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after.
But
It
it'll
could have been
show
4 seconds
story.
after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night.
He's focusing.
Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death.
So he's going to spend all of his time focusing on intent and the possibility that that depression on the accelerator covers the whole collision thing. And then he'll focus heaps on the aftermath and the failed attempts at CPR because he didn't get help. And he'll spend 2 minutes maybe on trying to prove that there was a collision. Mark my words.
It tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash tests on me. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe.
Hits him.
We don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard.
So the debris
It's no
field
different.
proves that
She leaves
He
him
hit him.
behind.
She hit him.
She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56, 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data, which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks in Alexis. 12:32:09.
40 minutes in
So he
to his hour and 15.
Looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorgo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Can you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness.
I
There was
hit
a
him.
guy,
I hit him.
and that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. We have slide 8, please.
Well, if this is about that he didn't look mortally wounded.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
Yeah. And
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded.
she said that after she found him.
She knew she hit him.
After she found him
And
on
so
the
when
lawn.
she made her
Not
way
before.
back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too.
Oh, the ninja.
Hair, DNA on the taillight. And she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33,
Mm-hmm.
just a minute and a half later.
Mm-hmm.
And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please.
You still haven't shown me how it occurred. That's the crux of that's the whole crux of the case.
The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at
That proves it
12:45.
right there.
It is plummeting. Ian Whippen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, then how would he get back outside? There would be more steps.
Exactly.
Because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm the only fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are?
They're looking for you.
She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked
Yeah.
because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him, and now he's not responding.
She hit him.
She's getting nervous, and she's getting anxious, and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party?
45 minutes in.
Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee,
Excuse me,
a
sir.
young girl. at the
Excuse
time,
me, Mr.
And
Brennan.
she says, she's
Um,
panicked, she can't understand what
hello.
she's saying. "Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? He saw you in front of the house."
We skipped half of that
Click.
conversation.
Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. "I think he got hit by a plow." And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John
Hanging on
O'Keefe.
that lectern. Bang,
And she
bang.
calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out. This soccer mom was a perfectly normal life, gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that
Got it.
call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there. It's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where does she go in 28 minutes? Where does she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They only met once.
You need to rewind and have
And
a
they go
listen
back to
the
Meadows.
defense.
They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to
50
34
minutes
Fairview.
in,
And this is
and
remarkable.
we still don't have
This is
any
remarkable.
evidence
When they
of a
start their
collision.
way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump?
At the place where
Not
you
like a
left
bush.
him, where you dropped him off, yes.
And that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe.
Let's
Terry.
bang some more. Bang, bang.
And Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy.
The man,
glass
there's
that's
a
found
man
in Mr.
down.
O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips. If we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her glass. He took the glass.
Hmm.
She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to get the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the
Still
street.
doesn't put his arm on the tail light, Hank.
The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field
Tick-tock,
moves past.
tick-tock.
Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence there was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen on the ground, and they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened.
Yeah, but if they didn't know,
When they find their friend John, he's not.
if they fight like they, so in his theory, Jen and Kerry don't know what happened. Well, I don't believe Kerry didn't anyway, but if they don't know what's happened to John, why wouldn't they logically think that, oh shit, there's someone dead on the lawn, in the middle of the lawn? Maybe I better check and see if the people in the house are okay. You would. How do you go from, oh shit, there's someone on the lawn, to I'm on the phone to 911 and he's been hit by a car, so no one in the house is in danger? How do you make that assumption in that moment? Like, and oh look, we're an hour in and there has been nothing mentioned about how it was physically possible that John's arm and that tail light actually made contact. Nothing. Zip.
20 feet off the side of the road, like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb.
It's
Could we
all
have
emotional supposition.
slide 14, please?
How about you put a video up proving this is what happened? This is how this could have happened. This is why only these marks were produced on his arm. This is why only 9 holes were bought in the hoodie. This is why there was no fractures or bruises. Fuck.
Robert's vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what
Bagswell,
Dr. Isaac
cold,
told us about cold, hard
ground.
Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember
He
the
also
glass in
said
the
that
nose?
could happen
The glass in the nose.
by a drunk person falling backwards.
See on the
All the
bottom left,
time.
that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass
No
Hey, look
mention,
from the
no
car.
mention of a collision.
from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8, 10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision.
And
he
how did
carried
that
the glass
occur?
with him, leaving
How?
the evidence
How?
behind, a trail to
How?
memorialize what happened to him that night.
Answer the
Remember the straw
question.
I asked you to take a look at that picture when you're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street.
The black straw. Oh,
Collision,
there you go. Case solved.
glass,
That's done it for me.
nose, straw,
The
back.
straw on the
This is
street.
it.
Had to be.
You play the clip on the left, please. 59.
You spent nearly $500,000 on two
So
experts.
when John got out of the car.
Two experts to prove that there was a collision, that she hit him with a car. And you're not even saying anything about it.
My Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe.
That explains the
She's not hiding
laceration to
from
the
anybody.
left
She's
blood of his
trying to
nose.
help,
Yep.
bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another
Yeah,
human being.
that's his
This
job.
is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back?
Ah,
And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him? Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him.
bang some more.
And these people
Come
are
on.
making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy.
There were.
Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger
What about your lead
to do their
investigator?
duty to help?
Wasn't it his duty to do a proper and thorough investigation? You haven't mentioned him yet either. How long have you got? TikTok? Ooh. 10 minutes left, Hank. I want to see some evidence. I want to see some proof.
Happen to remember that she admitted what she had done. I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't
It
reconcile.
doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. Don't flip over it. There is no evidence of any DNA on it.
With everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't
No.
reconcile. But the reality is
Bang
you
some more.
have
Come on.
independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
This is embarrassing.
So I must have said was, did I have, I always said I did it, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit them. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Brennan, just hang on. You need to wipe your chin just a little bit because there's a lot of shit on it.
Oh, Miss McLaughlin, hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that?
She perjured herself. She
And
lied.
now we know
She lied.
the defendant herself said the same thing.
She
And
admitted
the
she
funny
lied.
thing, ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things.
Yeah.
The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant
How's
from
Carrie
incriminating
the villain?
herself. The irony.
The irony of more than one of your witnesses didn't tell the truth or tried to pull a Swiftie. The irony. Terrible. And Hank, you've got probably 3 or 4 minutes. I think you wasted your 400 grand because you haven't even fucking mentioned them yet.
We have slide 9, please.
And I don't think he's gonna.
This is the battery
Why?
temperature. You're gonna have a chance to look at it.
Because he can't fucking
It
prove
wasn't
it.
so tragic.
That's
It is
why.
Interesting.
Oh,
It
look,
is
battery
interesting.
temperature.
Like data.
That proves it.
29, 12, 13. You know, even the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it's starting to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 12 or 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the vote is passed, put the warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in What's happening during that time? It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again at 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there was a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dayton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the Dayton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle,
Have we seen any facts yet?
you know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refill. January 29th, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone.
It's packed with snow.
And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch
It didn't wash her hair down when it
slow
melted.
down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dayton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case. A lot of people watching.
Oh, are you for real?
Comes in after, of course.
He comes in
all
to
the
tell
way
a
out
story because he wants to be
to the
famous?
Defense attorney's hotel.
That's your argument?
In the conference room, so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite.
Are you
And so
fucking
he sits
real?
on the stand
No.
with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? That's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant.
The photo you
hidden
showed
in the
him was
salad
covered
port.
in
There's no
snow.
one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the
Oh my
defendant
God.
says, I was
I've already
picking
looked
out
up
pieces, it was crashed in, the
what-
bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you
What
don't
Kerry
remember,
and Jen
listen to
said,
that clip, you'll
what he
hear it.
claimed.
Unfortunately, there's no ring
I'm gonna
video.
do
when they go
his
back to
now.
Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back.
Trapped.
And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell,
So
according to
hang
her,
on, we still haven't
nice woman, nice
proven a
doctor,
fucking
very accomplished.
arm
I
hit a
respect
car
that.
yet.
She's the only dog expert in the world. Thing is, we know
Except
no
for
idea what that
maybe.
expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here.
officer.
It's profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says,
Trials.
I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog
And-
bite. It's a dog attack.
Quote
That is
his
the masterful expertise that the defense has
Description.
bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you,
description
because she says this is a dog bite.
of
She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time
of
she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures.
What?
Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet,
looked
after saying there's no punctures,
like
Dr. LaPosada comes in
when
and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no
was
history of this, no
was-
prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail.
Obviously,
they
there's
give
no
us nothing that we
science
should rely
to
on. They
proving
contradict each other.
how an
It's just
arm
takes
hits
look
a
the other
tail
way.
light.
And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision.
Oh, okay.
There's no
We've addressed it.
There's no collision.
We've
And they
got a
had
couple of
number
minutes of
witnesses
that,
come
mate.
in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision.
Mhm.
She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows
John's
nothing about
evidence
the data,
stopped.
nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about
Sorry,
the
sir,
DNA. She doesn't
sir,
know about the
sir,
shards in the arm
sir,
or in the clothes.
the things don't change in 90 days. He's still dead. What the actual fuck am I listening to here? Like, what the fuck?
Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days,
Prove
saw a
it.
fraction of
How
the
did it
information.
happen? Show us.
A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope,
Yeah.
the speed. Some people can get plowed
Yeah.
by a car, have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision.
No,
with
the
lower
car actually
body
ran over
injuries.
his
They
foot.
did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident.
This is going to dig him up, break his arm, and then say there's
Let me
evidence.
talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate?
Attorneys
About the
use it all the
case.
time for client
Never used it before, hasn't used it since.
privileges. Protecting
And
the
so when
client.
he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up.
You were.
His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asked you
Oh
a
my
question,
God.
make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity, they can come in and say, Judd Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his
What was the
feet
fucking
was.
point of doing
He
it
was
then?
trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data,
Fucking God.
unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a
You,
timeline that never
viewing
moves,
verbal
data
diarrhea.
that
That's
never
what we
changes,
have.
physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have inevitably proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple.
No, it's not.
We don't know exactly how this collision happened.
Exactly.
But we have
Exactly.
a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it
A
happened.
good idea. No, you
Can
don't.
someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please?
Yeah, watch the.
You bet they can.
It runs over his fucking foot. That's the lower body.
We don't know if this is the body
It's
position.
the front
We don't know
wheel.
if this is the exact speed, but
Runs
it tells
over
us
the foot of the dummy.
this is viable. Look at the debris field.
He'll stop
Look at
it
his
before
turn.
it runs
Remember his
over it. You
sneaker
watch.
on that curb.
Wait,
They got lodged against the
wait.
seat.
There we go.
Mr. O'Keefe then falls back,
Under the fucking tire.
hits his head, counter coup,
Counter coup.
left to die.
Contra coup, dickhead. You can't tell me that there has been no lower body injuries
Thank you.
with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence, and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed,
That they would
that
fucking
someone
move.
would die.
For
That's
start.
second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She
How?
did. And she left a man
How?
who was kind and generous
Let's play on the
and
hat.
thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
I do believe that my prediction was correct.
He is not an it.
There we go.
John O'Keefe is not a body.
She left him.
John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe
He's
was a
also not a
person,
victim of a fucking collision
and
with
he
a
was
motor
murdered by Karen Reed.
vehicle. You wasted 400,000.
Thank you. All right, jurors, the The next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be altered. I can just tell you that, you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. See you in about a half hour.
Wait, switch. Jury.
All right. You cannot tell me that right there proved not even a little bit, not even a small doubt. Well, hang on. I don't know if I stopped it. That the car hit the arm. Not one bit of evidence. Isn't that the entire case? Like that, everything hinges on that. Because if there's no collision, none of those charges are relevant at all. They all go. And the insinuation about, well, I'll deal with what he said about Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts first. About her phone calls to them that morning, telling them that, what did he say? I can't remember what he said. Something about he's dead. I have to go back and have a look, but the actual transcript says Kerry Roberts testified that Karen said, this is the second trial, so this trial, I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. Kaylee was home and he would never leave her by herself, and I was not supposed to stay at the house last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything from last night. Now, that's completely different to what he said on the stand. Her communication with Jen McCabe was, according to Jen McCabe, Kaylee was calling because Karen said, I need you to call Jen McCabe. John never came home last night. And Matthew McCabe testified that he woke up hearing her screaming, Jen, 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 from his wife's phone, who said she couldn't find John and last saw him at the waterfall. Karen said John didn't come home. They got into a fight and she left him at the waterfall. Then Karen said, I left him at the waterfall. Jen responded, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sisters. We saw you outside of the front of my sisters. And Karen responded, I don't remember going there. Karen also pointed out damaged tail light. See, I have a crack in the tail light. And after this, the three women proceeded to go look for John. And the first... Oh, no, this is... So that's very different to what he portrayed them saying, what he portrayed her saying to them. And then he out and out said that Officer Barris only testified for the publicity stunt of being involved in a high-profile fucking case, and that his testimony was completely different. Right. let's read, shall we? Testimony from 2024. All right. Second day of trial. Oh, second trial. Hang on. Let's go to the first trial. No, they've got it mixed up. Okay. We'll just start from the start. During the second trial, Officer Nicholas Barris provided the following description of the tail light when the vehicle was waiting to be towed. I noted that the report said that there was a right rear damage to the tail light. When asked to be more specific about the damage, he's testified to there was damage, the tail light was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged. When asked to describe the size of the missing piece, he testified the piece was about maybe this big, 6 inches, maybe 2 to 3 inches wide, somewhere in there. When shown a photo of the tail light with extensive damage and asked if that was the condition when he saw it, Officer Barros stated, absolutely not. That tail light is completely smashed out. He further clarified his point by pointing to specific areas. This area was intact. This is what I saw was missing right here. He also affirmed the middle section was intact when I was there towards the right side with that large chunkies. That's what was missing. When shown the video evidence of the vehicle when it was being towed, he confirmed that this matched what he observed. The condition of the tail light when you got to that location, yes, it was. First trial. When you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question? Okay, so this is Lally asking him about what he testified, I think, in the grand jury. And he says, District Attorney Lally, when asked if he described the tail light, similarly in the first trial, when you were asked questions about the tail light, you described the tail light as not completely damaged. It was cracked and there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged. Do you remember that testimony? I do. And is that accurate? It's accurate. That's what he said. That is the exact opposite of what Hank said, that his testimony was completely different. I don't get it. And has my chat frozen? Oh, no, it hasn't. Good. Was it just me, Jenny, or not? Like, isn't his objective is to prove that she hit him with the car, and that's what killed him, or causing him to stumble backwards and land on his head. And if he spent that much money on 2 experts that are accident reconstructionists, and he can't refer to their testing to prove that, what the fuck did he bother for? Because he didn't mention anything. He basically said they not at one time did Judge Squelcher fucking dipshit ever state that he was trying to say this is what happened. Okay. So he dressed up in John's clothes and put his arm out with a glass in it and had a car back into him at 2 kilometers an hour and put blue paint on his arm. But he wasn't trying to infer that that's what happened. What the fuck would you hire a supposed expert in accident reconstruction if that's what they weren't there to infer? I mean, what the fuck? So he scouted around the actual proof and evidence and the key component to this case and decided to focus on anything that might emotionally influence the jury in a decision. That's it. That's all he did. And lots of banging to make his point known. And lie. Oh my God. I am gobsmacked, absolutely gobsmacked that yeah. hmm So, yep. Well, if nothing else, I think I'm even more confident of what the jury's going to come back with. Because that wasn't even close to proving anything, let alone beyond a reasonable doubt. At all. At all. Just nonsense. It's like anything. You want an argument, bring your receipts. There was no receipts there. There was innuendo. There was the twisting of words. There was taking phrases out of context. Blatant fucking lies. Insinuations that people... I like how he brought in conspiracy theories. Not a conspiracy theory. It's a fucking cover-up from the beginning. And it didn't involve every person that was involved in the case. It didn't involve every person that did the testing. It didn't involve it started and ended right at Brian Albert and Michael Proctor. And once those taillight fragments were planted, everything played out from there, and they just had to adjust the narrative to suit it. That's it. Simple as that. I actually was sitting here this afternoon going through what answers to what questions I would need to be convinced that this actually occurred. And I shit you not, I started writing. And I just labelled it, why? Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why? Okay, my first one was, why would Ryan Nagel say that Karen was the only person that he saw in the SUV? Well, he was the driver. Like, so then I went, that's 1 page. That's 2 pages. That's 3, 4, 5, and a bit. And I ran out of time after that, and I only got to Michael Proctor. In just me wanting to know answers to why this happened. Why did you not do this? Why? What? And it occurred to me, okay. So I remembered Paul O'Keefe got a phone call from Michael Proctor whilst he was at the hospital when everyone was at One Meadow. So the family were all gathered there after they'd heard about what had happened. They'd come home from the hospital, and Karen turns up at the house to collect her stuff, and she's talking to Peggy. And that's when Paul gets the phone call, right, from Proctor, saying to him that they're going to seize Karen's phone and car, all right, because they believe that she's responsible for it. Okay, so Michael Proctor hasn't been to the crime scene at this point. He's just gone to the hospital to see John, okay? And everyone has exclaimed that he looks like he's been beaten to a pulp. But no, he concludes without... I don't even know how he found out at that point that Karen had a cracked taillight. How would he even know? He's gone to see the body in the hospital. And he concludes from there at the hospital that it was a vehicle pedestrian strike. He's absolutely convinced of it. And she's responsible for it. And he goes from there to Dighton seizes her car and her phone. How the fuck do you go from the start of an investigation to a dead police officer on the lawn to being so convinced this is exactly what happened when you haven't even left the hospital after seeing the victim? How do you get from there to there without being given the narrative to work with? How would he know that her tail light was cracked? How? He's just gotten a report that the officer was found on the lawn, in the middle of the lawn, on his back, with a head injury. That's not how you deduce what happens. Like, take away Karen, take away John, take away those components to this, and put in a Jane Doe and a John Doe. Any other case, any other trial, you would expect to have crime scene investigations, search warrants, property searches. Like, why is that it's not accountable here? Why? And the only conclusion I can come to is because they don't want any information to be found. They don't. That's the whole point. They didn't do an investigation because if they did, they would have to report evidence that may implicate somebody else. So they don't call CSI out, because then if you don't call them, you don't find. They don't get the ring camera footage from across the road. You don't find. They knew what was on it. They don't search up Lucky Loughran, the plough driver. They state, no, there was no plough drivers, but yet they use the Officer Sirif's dash cam footage to show that there was actually, is that you? That's you there, isn't it, driving up there? Yes, that's me. Hang on, didn't you say that nobody ploughed? Like, why? Fuck with the timestamping of the tow truck arrival. Why mirror the Sally Port? Why lose 45 minutes of CCTV footage at Canton PD? Why even go to Canton PD at that time? Why? He said it was to move cars around for the storm. He didn't move a fucking car around. Why destroy all this evidence? If you've got nothing to hide, why get rid of your fucking phones? Like, none of it makes sense. None of it. And if you get hit by a fucking car in the arm, you don't just get some scratches. You don't. And his job was to prove that you can. I'm sorry, but I thought that they might be able to get her on the third charge with the DUI. But even that, now that I heard that they can't prove when her last drink was, because you heard her on the phone, you heard her leaving the voice messages, you heard how pissed off she was for him not coming back to the car and leaving her sit there. And the first thing she would do would be go home and have a drink. Makes sense. Which is why the extrapolated results were so high. Even Ryan Nagel admitted it, that she was driving fine. As I said before, Whiffin's data when he tracked their ride home, she was doing all the right things. She wasn't driving erratically. Who moves forward 87 feet to do a 3-point fucking turn? Like, none of it makes sense. None of it. And he didn't answer any of the questions. None that I had. Which convinces me even more. So, how long do we think? That's what I was going to do. I was going to put up a poll on how long we think the. No, that's fine, Dal. All good. Oh, I agree. I'm blown away. I expected him to come out. I don't know. Maybe I expected him to come out swinging with all this proof that Judge Squelcher was bang on. It proves this and it proves that. No, he just skirted around it and made all insinuations about her character, and no one is denying for a second that John wasn't a great guy. And he certainly as fuck did not deserve this. But he certainly as fuck deserves better than what he just got as far as justice and an investigation is concerned. That's the biggest insult that they can give him. No worries, sweetheart. I think it's probably going to be a short day anyway, because they're just going to do jury instructions and the jury's going to go off to deliberate. So I'm not going to sit here and watch them. Hey, sweetheart, you still here? Did you listen to the state's closing? Or was you busy? A busy beaver. You have a good night, Jenny. Don't work too hard, love. I'm having my cup of soup. And what's your thoughts, sweetheart? I would love some feedback, because I want to see if people saw what I saw. And I'm really, 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 really trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm to look at it with an open mind, objectively. And I still... Yes, I'm actually thinking I might put something out over the weekend. Depends how much time I get. I think jury won't be out long. What do you think they're going to do? Do you think that the state has met their burden, or? He deserves nothing less. He was a police officer, for fuck's sake. He deserves nothing less. It's just so insulting. I don't think she will either, Teresa. Not at all. Do you think she'll get acquitted completely from the whole the whole trial was botched. You mean the trial or the investigation? Or you mean the stunts that Hank tried to pull with hoodies and stuff? No, she didn't. Mm-mm. Not at all. Mm. You compare the two statements, or the two closing arguments, on their factual components, not the emotional heartstring shit, the actual evidence, like, obviously the burden is on the state and the defense, as he said, he doesn't even have to do anything because there's a presumption of innocence. But instead, they proved that what the Commonwealth was claiming could not physically happen. And why, like, even the simple things like the X-ray, why would you not disclose that? Why would the Commonwealth hold that and not use it? Because it's against their narrative. That's why they didn't bring in Proctor. It's against their narrative. Why they didn't bring in Higgins. It's against their narrative. They've basically just omitted presenting anything that proves that their case is flawed. Fundamentally flawed. And that, in my opinion, just bolsters that it can be nothing more than a cover-up. And I don't know why people are so shocked that, oh, Lord, police corruption. No. Like, this is the only case in the whole entire United States that's ever involved something to do with police corruption. Ever. I mean, have a look at fucking Ty. Christ almighty. Why is it such a hard pill to swallow that there could be possibly a bit of police corruption? I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's have a look. This will be interesting. Let's have a look and see what if Twitter's blown up. This will give us an idea. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Hey, do you want my mobile number? There you go. I'd like to hear some lawyers analysing. Bob and Ali. Oh, defense notice. Okay. All right. Let's have a look. Sean McDonough. Oh. Shall we see what Uncivil's got to say?
A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if,
Are we behind?
after you have compared and considered.
Fuck. Oops. Oops. Go back. Go back. Shit. I've lost my feed. Come on. Have to go back. Come on. So slow. Oh, come on. Yeah, they are back. Okay. Don't you give me spinning wheel. The fuck? I have cable.
These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part,
There we go.
specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part 1 of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence. not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence.
I will, but I have to wait for the stream to end to get the transcript. I've actually just answered an email from another content creator, an attorney, that I reached out to a couple of days ago with a few questions. Yeah, so I'm just replying to him. But yeah, I will absolutely be doing that. Absolutely. But I can't get the transcript until it finishes.
Presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now, I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain those to you as well. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or They are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition of the road were, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, and the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So The third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay, thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part, which is shorter. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law in Massachusetts is that only 12 jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, and in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much. All right. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right. So I skipped the line. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous to reach an unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict.
Yep.
Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I
I'll
urge
put
you
it on
not to begin by
1.25 as
conducting
well.
an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitant to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officers. I'm not suggesting for a minute that you have to have questions, but if you do, that's the process. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sidebar swoop. Swoop de doop. I've got to get him in now because we need.
Sidebar swoop, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
Maybe this one.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple. Like and subscribe.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, and to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jury, make sure you take your oath with you, please.
Mm.
I'm going to see counsel one more time.
Let's watch RO.
So who was juror 6? I thought juror 6 was the. You said it was science girl. What is science girl? Can you find a counter with a 000 reading? No, my counters are terrible. I need a good counter, but there we go. We've got minutes and seconds. 6 was the one with no emotions either way. You can literally listen to your wife read a phone book. She has such a pleasant voice. She has done some recordings for audiobooks. Hope the guy with the 4 notebooks. There's a guy with 5, I think. I hope they get picked. Six was the only one not showing interest in AJ's clothes. New counter is the deliberation counter. It started now. Jury's out deliberating. Thank you for hiding the milliseconds. I can see them. Can we have a counter in base 16? I'd like a challenge. No. No, that would confuse all of us. I can have my son make us a counter. He made the verdict, the verdict clock for the Maya trial. 6 also showed no interest in Brennan. Maybe she just doesn't want to be on the case anymore. All right, we are going to go ahead and close the poll. We do have a poll right now on the jury deliberation. And let me read them to you as they come up here. the question was, how long will the jury deliberate? And the top answer was, give us the weekend to think it over, with 49%.
Yeah.
Next was 21% was, may we have a bite to eat first, meaning they get dinner. Then don't stop the fan, we'll be right back. That's 18%. And hold the door, bailiff, we're done was just 10%. That's with 1,100 votes coming in. I am going to we're going to live stream throughout the
I just thought I would
the verdict watch today, on the chance that there may be something that occurs. So as soon as they're done with this sidebar and sort of break, pending jury notification,
I also like to get other people's
we're going to
opinions
stop
on.
and reset the live stream just so we can have a break in the video, because if I do have to edit something, I'm already past the point where I can edit, and I don't want to lose something in the verdict for any reason. So I'm over the 6 hour turning to a pumpkin time. The 5 notebook juror didn't come in. Okay, let me look at this. Seven women, 5 men. The 5 notebook taker was an alternate, and now his notebooks are being taken and destroyed.
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits, and I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacted, subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if the defense
Okay.
wants to make that redaction, you can go into evidence.
Great.
I'll see if I have a Sharpie and maybe I can just take care of it.
I think we probably have one here you
I
can
have one.
have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
Jim
All right.
has all the
That's
Sharpies.
number one. And number two is, can counsel look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay with it? Thanks.
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday, Mr. Kennedy.
I anticipated the fact that
You
I
weren't gonna
predicted
do
a
that
defense
after,
huddle
right?
here really quickly. Gather rounds, gather rounds.
Yeah. So they've requested something, and now she's printed them and given them, and tells them,
Your
by the
Honor,
way,
we're just going to go ahead and object. I think is what we're going to get here.
by the way, I didn't put in what you wanted. But I'm telling you now, after the fact.
So the jury is in the deliberation room. Do not have the evidence. Do not have the verdict forms yet. It's literally impossible for them to reach a verdict at this point without this form. Big sigh from the judge. We've had 4 today.
Uh-huh.
They don't like
Sent
it.
him an email
They do not
a
like
couple
it.
of days ago.
Counsel, you can keep doing that. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree, and that you not suffer any person to speak to them, yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse them, they charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you.
One of the bailiffs needs to be sworn in separately because he was gone. They don't like it. Karen doesn't like it. Alan Jackson is nodding. I think he's okay with it. Miss Little now weighing in.
Is the Commonwealth content with the verdict slip?
Almost content.
He just says, I don't know what. She's not going to change it. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Mr. Yannetti can stand.
Thank you. I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty.
The fuck?
And we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury.
That's what happened last
so-
time, you dipshits.
We are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges,
Yes.
including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option.
Yes.
Given the amount of options.
And what
for
happened last time?
Convictions on this verdict slip. So
Ah.
we would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law
Case law.
that supports that
case law?
proposition,
How about-
Mr. Yannetti?
damn
I
it.
have not found any. I've
Ah.
looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there
About verdict slips.
either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So,
with all
so
respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Oh, yeah.
I hope all we can do is object, Judge, and you make.
Okay.
that decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you
That's
find
a- fuck
authority
you,
for
I'm doing
that,
it my
let me
way
know.
anyway. Even though
Okay.
I
The last couple of things, judges, that we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop. Thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think that's fine. But
All right. So we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
and then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
Judge Canoni gives the exact same
Yep.
same verdict slip as
Mhm.
last time. Got a call
Uh,
here. Hang on 1 second.
She doesn't give a fuck.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yes, hi, this is Martha, and I am calling you from the Great Vacation. How are you today?
Good.
Okay,
Ah,
that's great.
he's got a prank
Well,
caller.
anyway, I am calling in regards to a large amount of
I
travel
love it,
credits
Ari, when he
you
does
have
this.
in file, and I see that application fees were covered. You just never book dates and travel. So you do so interested in traveling at some point in the future, right?
He plays with them so
Yes.
bad.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sir, so the first thing you have here is you have 4 days, 3-night resort stay in Vegas on or off the strip. Next is you have 4 days, 3-night resort stay in Orlando, minutes from all of the theme parks. And also you have 6 days, 5 nights, all inclusive cruise with Carnival, Royal Caribbean, or Norwegian Cruise Lines. So now all I see here are the regional booking and the processing fees.
Do you have anything
I
in like
know that-
Aruba area?
Pardon?
Do you have any trips to Aruba?
Okay, so that's a good question. So, well, okay, so sir, so let me get you over to my promotional manager so I can further assist you for this matter because only my promotional manager can assist you about this. Okay?
Yeah.
So can you please hold on for a second, sir?
I'd like to speak to the Aruba specialist, please. Thank you.
So can you please hold on for a second?
I'll hold.
Okay, hold on.
The funniest one I saw was that he did with an electric company. And he was asking if they did special deals because he had this massive marijuana crop growing downstairs and the lighting bill was expensive.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing today, sir?
You know, I've been better, but I'm not on vacation yet. You know, it'd be better if I was on
Well, that's
vacation.
right. Exactly. So I'm definitely going to be the one to help you do that. And so how do you like the trips that were just offered to you?
I was actually wondering if you had something in Aruba.
Yeah, you can do Aruba. That's fine. You've got an 8-day, 7-night condominium stay that goes there.
8 days, 7 night. Is it?
Uh-huh.
Is that 2 weekends or would it be like 2 Wednesdays? Does it matter?
8 days and 7 nights,
Because
consecutive
there's
days.
there's
She
7
always
there's 7 days in a
does.
week though. Would I get like 2 Saturdays?
Always.
She hung up on me. She hung up. Why? This is a legitimate question. Tried. We almost got to Aruba, guys. We almost were going to do a meet and greet in Aruba. All right. With that, the jury is deliberating. The judge is finalizing all the instructions. Every time she paused when giving the instructions, she found an error. She marked it. She's going to correct that, reprint everything. A copy of the instructions will go to each deliberating member of the jury. Also, we're going to have all the evidence brought in. Everything that was admitted as evidence goes in on a big cart, gets wheeled in, and here you go. This isn't one of those cases where there's like a gun and ammunition that needs to be brought in separately. All of that goes in. They have a laptop, which means they're going to be able to play videos at will and replay them as often as they want. They won't have to be brought into the courtroom to review something. The only thing they can't do is go back to the crime scene. They can't go back to the 34 Fairview and take another look around. They're not going to be able to see the car as well. All they have there is their memory from the view and from the pictures that were shown. But other than that, the jury has everything they need to make this decision, including a rather confusing verdict form, which has 7 different ways to find guilt and 1 to find not guilty.
How the fuck is that fair?
So just do the math there. The odds are not in her favor on that front. We're going to pause for, they can't rehear testimony. They might be able to get readbacks depending on how that goes. Sometimes you can read it back, but I don't remember last time they didn't get any, right? Bet some jury send in a note asking about the verdict form. Oh my goodness, if they do, it would be golden. It would be golden. And Mr. Yannetti, when the judge in a little snippy voice challenges him saying, where's your case law for a different form? And he says, well, there's no case law supporting yours either. And he's like, yet. There's yet. Trust me, we're going to fight this one. We're going to win. If we get a conviction, we're fighting this.
Oh, yeah.
Can we re-watch the defense looking at the verdict sheet if you want?
Why? What's the point of that?
Goes right here. There we go. Let's do a picture-in-picture, shall we?
All right. We won't watch that anymore. I don't think. Because I think we're probably pretty much done. Let me find my... Oh, there we go. Whoa, that's a bit big. Oh, my Lord. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll be keeping a close eye on this. I might put something out on the weekend. I'm working on a presentation at the Mini. And I'm all up and organised for Chandler Holderson. And I might even bring that forward because we may as well be streaming and listening for a verdict than just sitting here. So if nothing happens between now and Monday morning, I might bring that stream forward. I'll see how I go. Otherwise, I'll do something else. We could have a Temu stream. Something fun. I think we all need to let our hair down a little bit. I actually feel like I need a debrief from Brennan. Like just yeah. So hopefully they don't take too long. I don't think they will though. Just quietly. Fingers crossed. Anyway, that was that. Done. Out of our hands. And yeah, it's a bit scary actually. Never mind. What's the time? Oh shit. 5 a.m. Okay. Yep. Bedtime. Night. Oh my god. Oh. Don't realize how my hands look so old and deformed. Don't realize that until you actually see it. I don't like that. Fuck you, arthritis. All right, my darlings. You have yourselves an amazing weekend. I'm thinking about doing another stream over the weekend at some time, so keep an eye out. It won't be anything to do with Karen Reid. I've actually put a few different trials that I've presented. I put a few of their transcripts into my database. I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of extra analysis on some of them just to get a bit more of a deep dive. They can talk now because they're not under the gag order. So they're all doing interviews out the front. Sorry. Yeah, and I've got a couple of cases that have been and gone since the Karen Reid case, but never got to a live stream anyway because they were in counties that didn't have camera facilities and stuff. So some of the ones that I've been watching for ages, I'll do a presentation on those. I need to update the mushroom murder trial, so I might do something on that. But yeah, there'll be something. Don't you worry. There's always someone doing something wrong somewhere. All right. Stay safe. Stay warm. And I suppose you don't really have to stay the fuck away from Hank Brennan anymore. But I would. Just FYI. Love us all. Mwah. Until then, hasta la vista, bitches.
It's been 12 months since I quit, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence and some blatant flat-out lies. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John